So how we feeling, team? Everybody get out of the way of that little dumpage last night. Hey, the trader.
Yeah, I did. I got a one buy-in down here, but I don't know what we're looking at.
We need to get back above. If we can't get back above this bulls must hold line, then we seek lower prices. We're right at that test now. So basically that 50, 800, 200 sort of cluster on the 15 minute. We need to get back above that. And then we line ourselves up for tomorrow's numbers. My hope for all this, temporary hope, right, going into the weekend, is that oh, so here's our range that matters, right? This was our boogeyman range. Best case scenario. Best case scenario is that we pump up, trap longs, and then we have our weekend trap this weekend outside of this box. Right? That's what I'd be looking for, is like the first sign that, okay, this could still be a continuation here. Right? So some sort of scenario where we come up, maybe drop down and come up, whatever, and then we have our trap longs, trap shorts, and then the weekend trap. And then the next week we would want a false move down and then a 3-day up that brings us up again, and then we want to do the same thing. Our next 2 weekend traps have to be above support. Remember, we still have this nastiness from the weekly on the macro. This has not gone away. This is cool and all, but we're nowhere near bullish engulfing here. Right? So if we're not going to get that bullish engulfing, then we really need to at least get back above support and consolidate. So it's going to be a couple of weeks before we really drag out of this thing. But we can watch it in real time. So that means this 4-hour high or low here. Right? We got a double bottom, high or low. We like that setup, but it has to keep going, right? So we want to get up for today, at least to the supply, just so we have a chance to set up our weekend trap above that range, which would be another 2-3% for the day. But that doesn't happen unless we break this. If we can get above this bulls must hold line and squeeze, then we have a better opportunity of getting that move we're looking for. That's where my head's at right now. It sucks, but for a couple weeks we're gonna have victories that we are not able to celebrate for too long, right? Meaning, okay, good, we did a good job today. Boom, now we got to get today's job under control. All that shit yesterday was cool, but today still matters, and tomorrow still matters, and the day after tomorrow is still gonna matter. So we're not out of the sketchiness yet. But it looks good. Looks decent. I would have had a different story if I woke up this morning with that full move last night. We came down and we flushed this whole thing last night, then this weekend would be looking a little bit sketchier, right? Because chances of getting above that range before the weekend wouldn't be very good, which would mean more than likely we would close in this range, if not below this range, and that's not good. So far, this is somewhat of the best case scenario that we've had.
Yeah, I was surprised when I woke up that it didn't go down any further than it did.
Yeah, Limitless just went over it like not even 5-10 minutes ago. Just want to rewind the stream real quick.
The liquidity heat, I hadn't really looked at it. Have you looked at it much?
Yeah, we got some stuff above us. A good amount.
Running around working on getting parts for my car.
Nice. Upgrade or repairs?
It's some repairs, but I've basically redone the entire car, rebuilt the engine, painted it. Now, like just a few little, I got a little map sensor issue going on. So I'm gonna put a new
Nice.
sensor on it. Hopefully that fixes it.
Nice. We're looking decent split, but we're at a spot where we need a hold. Bulls need to get above this range, or else we're gonna see low 108s, low 108s, high 107s. I hate how reactionary people are, bro. Rate cut is sitting at 99% chance last night, and we come in slightly hot on unemployment, and people lose their shit. Again, like I think this drop would have happened without it anyways, but the speed of it lets me know that there was some overreactions going on.
See any manipulation in there?
To me, it honestly seems more like retail just reacting, but yeah, no, pretty clean. Last one we had was right here to break out of that, to break out of the bearish channel. So it's been pretty clean since then. Let me see on the 1 minute. There's probably a couple more on the 1 minute. No, not even. Couple at the bottom here to try to push it lower. One was successful, the other one wasn't. But nothing crazy like the shit we saw when we failed to get above that range, right? Like this was blatant. They're trying to keep that they're trying to keep the macro chart looking ugly. Is what it seems like the intentions of whales are. They understand that by that attack they did earlier, right? They screwed up the macro chart. I can imagine they try to keep it looking bearish as long as possible. Even if it means they don't drop super hard, but they could step in to not let us get to some of those metrics that we need to get to feel a little bit more comfortable, right? Keep that fear feeling up. Let's see what fear and greed's at actually.
So they want the fear up.
Yeah, yeah. It's easier to move price when people are shook. Jesus, how are we in? We're still in neutral. Well, we came down into fear, which is good. So we finally got that move that we've been looking for. Right? The move was down into this range. We were looking for fear to drop down at least into fear. And we got that a couple days ago, down to 39. So we have to take out these highs, right? Take out these lower highs, and then we'll crawl out. We start to lose some of this shit, then we know we're going deeper. I like that though. I like that hit. Put down to the 5, and we can track this straight up. You can see the war without the. So, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, so check this out. This is something that I look for in price structure. Um, that lets me sort of know when there's a war on, right? Um, so look at this price action, right? Price comes up, full retrace, right? Full retrace, full retrace. This move here, full retrace. This move here, for the most part, retraced all the way down. Full retrace on that. Full retrace on that. Full retrace. Full retrace. Full retrace. Full retrace. Full retrace. Even on the small moves, full retrace, full retrace. That's a war. That's like active infighting on the book. A lot of volatility. Yeah, Rajesh, we do. This whole thing is the right side of the W, right? So on the 5 minute, we have our, let's just take it back to first principles first. 1 minute time frame. Fix this. So down on the 1 minute time frame, right, we got our W pattern here. I'm gonna erase this in a second. I'm just doing it so we can see the structure of what's going on. And so that was our original W coming off 1 minute or 15-second, however you were following it. And that was your measured move. So then 15 minute, you scrolled up now, or you fractaled into a larger W. Right? Baby W, mama W. Set up. So our measured move from that would be 110. But if we scroll up now to the 30 minute, or even the hourly, then we have the right side of a W. We should reject somewhat off of this 50 EMA, come back down and put in the higher low. Right? So for the 30 minute or the hourly, you're looking at only a right side that's been created. And you're looking for that retrace wherever it happens to come in. This doesn't have to happen till higher, right? We can come all the way up and test. Maybe we come all the way up and clear that vector. Right? But at some point, the market's going to want to put in this right side. This would be best case scenario. Pop up, clear that vector, and then put in another one. We'll just leave our latest one drawn out. And then on the daily, this is the right side of a larger W that we've been trying to put in. And so keeping those time frames in mind and paying attention to how far out you fractaled is a good sign of bullishness. Right, so this W playing out, excuse me, will give us the larger side of our daily or weekly W, right? Which would be here. We starting to understand how these fractals work a little bit, right? They're building structure on lower time frames that ends up building macro structure on a bigger time frame that gives us the move that we need to break out. So that large W, which looks a little bit clearer on the like daily. Now it's not going to look clear on this chart because of how much TA is on there, but just to give you an idea, right? That's what it looks like on the daily. So that higher low is what we're looking for to get up out of here. And let's pull the measured move from that larger W real quick. That gives us our CME gap fill, right? So what we have to do is babysit and nurture the right side of this W. Walk it up. All we need to do is get it to the top of the W without breaking these lows. And for that, like I said, the bulls must hold. Right? We got to get above this line, and the bulls have to hold this range to give us any sort of opportunity to put in this W without taking out some lows. Right? Simple. Let me get this out of the way so it's not so intrusive. So now that we know we are in the macro, right? We understand the importance of continuing to climb here. Not just about our current plays, right? It's about changing that macro map and getting some of that nastiness out of there that was injected into that map by whales last week.
What about the data tomorrow? Will that affect in any
Yeah,
way?
yeah. I would like to make as much of a move today as we can to make a little bit of room for the numbers being hot and giving us some room to retrace without taking these lows out. Those numbers tomorrow will give us either our trapped longs or our trapped shorts, the data. If it's good, chances are it'll give us our trapped longs. If it's bad, chances are that's when we'll get our trapped shorts. Right, so if we're grinding out of here, let's say we just grind till tomorrow, data numbers come in, we get a little flush, then a correction, then a weekend trap. The data numbers would have created the low, right? And the reaction or overreaction to the overreaction would have given us our trapped highs. If the numbers come in good, then it happened in the opposite direction, right? Let's say we're bumping up, numbers come in really good, we get an impulsive move, profits are taken, trap shorts, weekend trap.
And in the worst situation,
The worst situation is we don't get above this at all. We take out these lows and we come finish this measured move. That measured move is down to 1074. This would officially make this entire move a rescue ship, not a rocket ship. This whole week we're like rocket ship or rescue ship. Right? In my opinion, the only way I could have really considered this a rocket ship is if it did that. Popped up, came back, held support, kept moving. Then yeah, this was a rocket ship. The buys that you bought down here are off into the moon, and you were a genius. And thank God you went all in, even though Dbloc told you never go all in, because look at how much money you just made. If we come down here and we happen to break this, then you're gonna hope that you took that rescue ship. Meaning you're gonna hope that you peeled some profits up here to be able to use that money to buy something lower. I gotta go brush my teeth. I just talked about myself in the third person, and that is disgusting. Are you not entertained?
I mean, is the Fed rate cut priced in? What's the scene with that?
It's kind of difficult to tell, right? Like 3 rate cuts priced in got us to 125, right? The idea of a September cut and possibly an October cut being out of the book took us back down to 107. Right? So the market repriced Bitcoin with no rate cuts to 107. So now the question is a September rate cut, would that price Bitcoin up to 110, or is it still undervalued? I think it's still undervalued. Because the idea of a rate cut in September also increases the idea of a rate cut in October. Right? So you really have to price in 2 rate cuts if we're getting that rate cut in September, in my opinion. And that would bring price closer to 117, 116. we get super, super bullish and people get convinced that there's going to be 3 rate cuts again, we'll be at all-time highs before you know it.
I mean, that's the only way the cycle lives up to it, right? Like,
If we get the rate cuts,
I mean, yeah, the 4-year cycle, if the 3 rate cuts, then we make all-time highs and all, or
well,
we do it more.
the 4-year cycle, even if it ended in October, so this is our M2 looking into the future, right? And this is kind of what we're looking at. So the question is, is this the top? Remember, this is happening October 9th, right? This is forward into the future. So we're trying to figure out, are we right about taking profits October, November, December? Or A, did we miss the boat? Did it already top? I don't think that's the case. Or B, will it right translate? Right. So even if we don't get any rate cuts in September and we don't get any rate cuts in October, right? I still think the market continues to chug. I just think we get robbed at the top for return on investment, right? We're not going to get nowhere near the X's that we would if this plays out the way it's supposed to. But would I say that the cycle was broken at that point? No. Not if we're topping out in October. Right? If we're topping out in October, then we just had a Bitcoin heavy bull market where alts just got traded and didn't really do anything crazy. This would mean no alt season, is what this would mean. But it wouldn't mean the 4-year cycle was broken per se. Not that anybody cares. No alt season is just as bad as the 4-year cycle being broken for most people, you know what I mean? But this is what we're watching for. So if we get those rate cuts in September, then price global M2 should pick up because we're starting to print, right? So if that happens, then we can take out these lower highs. The way a regular bull market would look for me, meaning one where we get our full where we get our full altcoin rally, where we get everything that we've wanted, but it ends when it's supposed to. What that would look like for me is September rate cut, October rate cut, and then some sort of double top, or maybe like a failed auction or something like that. And then that's it. Then price starts to come down from there. If we get a September rate cut and the September rate cut breaks these highs, and then we get an October rate cut and the October rate cut makes price go backwards. Hold on. So let me try that again. September rate cut pops up, October rate cut pops us even higher. At this point, we're into January, right? We're at the end of January here. This would be what we consider a right translated cycle, meaning the top lasted a little bit longer than it should have. A couple of things could make that happen. Let's say we get 3 rate cuts and they're 50 instead of 25. Gone. Let's say Trump announces that they found tax neutral ways to buy Bitcoin for the strategic reserve. Gone. Right? Those two things are what I'm looking at for an extended cycle. Higher rate cuts than expected. Maybe also the end of QT. Right? They come out and they announce QT is done. Then we can see something that rolls over, right, into the new year. That's where my head's at. Or obviously come out, no rate cuts, blah, 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 and then we've got to scramble. If we get no rate cuts I'll tell you right now, for me, this isn't a get out of the market scenario, but it is a consolidate into strength scenario, which means I'm probably only riding that with 2 or 3 coins, maybe 4 coins. You want to go into an environment where there's no rate cuts and you want to hold 20 alts, you're on your own, guys. I feel like I've said enough to explain why that's not a good idea. I'm nobody's dad, but if that happens, I suggest you consolidate into strength or run away scared like most people will do. Most people are gonna just dip. That happens.
Hey, Dbloc, when are we gonna hear about those rate cuts?
On the 17th.
On the 17th?
Yeah.
All right, because I'm one of those people holding a bunch of outs.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Do you think there's a chance this bull run will break the time chart and continue past December?
I This is what I just went over, bro. I just literally went over step by step what would have to happen for that to happen.
Oh, okay, sorry, I got in a little late.
It's
So if
right.
that happens,
Yeah. We
then
just
we
we need
so if
strong.
everything you just explained
We need
happens,
stronger rate
then we
cuts. If we get
okay.
stronger rate cuts than expected, we can maybe right translate. Because the thing is that global M2 has been moving up the whole time by itself, right? With all the other world central banks pushing it. That's what's gotten us up to this high. We're the only ones really left to cut. So the question is, how far can we push it by ourselves? Right. So the stronger the push, the better. So the harder the rate cut, the tighter the rate cut, the better. And then hopefully they end QT also as like a little bone. They could throw us a bone.
Makes me just want to cash out everything right now.
I don't know. If I did that, I would feel like I made a mistake.
Me too, but
It's
I
good
would
to
be
feel the
breaking even.
emotions. It's good to feel the emotions. Just remember that those emotions were given to you by somebody who wants to buy your coins cheaper. Right? The chart was painted to make you feel how you feel right now.
Can I ask you something, D-Block?
Yeah.
So all this investment that Eric Trump and his family is doing, like whatever billions, is this short-term thing or like he's also gonna kind of think they might take profits or this is like doesn't matter?
Listen, the only person that I trust to buy Bitcoin and not take profits is Michael Saylor. And trust is a strong word. What I mean is he's the only person who even makes the attempt to let you know that he has no intention on selling. You know, a lot of these companies, a lot of these strategic reserve companies or these mining operations that are going up now, right? Whether it's these treasury companies for Crow or Soul or whatever, none of these guys have Michael Saylor as their head, right? And what I mean by that is none of these guys have a guy at the head that is just religious about the coin and has no intention on selling and will do anything he can to not have to sell it. So I don't know, bro. I really honestly think that a lot of these reserve companies are going to be what bring us into our bear market. There's no way that they're all steadfast, right? As soon as shit goes down, as soon as prices start to look bad, as soon as shareholders start to get upset, they're just going to cut. But we want that, right? We want to go into the bear market with all of these guys playing the game with us. The last thing we want is to try to be having a bear market when everybody's buying up, right? Institutions are just buying up left and right, because that's going to take the bottom out from under us. What we need is for them to play the game. You guys have been watching us. I know you've been watching us. Institutions, you're out there. You can hear me. I know you've been watching us for the past 10 years. You didn't just stumble into this shit and say, hey, let's do this. So don't F it up. Right? You've seen how amazing we've been able to compound every 4 years, how much money comes out of it. Just imagine if you got to do it with the bag that you have as an institution. Why would you screw that up? Play the game.
But do they have the power to change the cycle?
No, in my opinion, they don't. Not yet. Even if they hold, it's just they held. You know, they don't have endless money. So money has to be made at some point. What I do think is that it being the first year of the ETF, they're gonna want to make sure that it's successful for their holders, right? Because it's the first year of the product being available. If it's successful this year, next year they'll do even better. But for that, you've got to treat it the same way you do oil, right? The same way you do natural gas. Like when BlackRock advisors tell you to buy natural gas, you also get a phone call that says, hey, it's time to rotate, Bob. That natural gas position did really good. We're about to move to a different cycle, so we're going to move you into commodities, or we're going to move you into. So there's no reason why crypto shouldn't be treated the same way. Right in the BlackRock literature, it talks about the volatility of crypto during the bear market. It talks about the cyclical nature of it. It talks about the ability to compound down at the bear. They understand all of these things, and they're using it to sell Bitcoin to people. Right? Whenever somebody says, "Oh, but I heard it's very volatile," that's exactly what they're telling them. Well, yeah, it's the volatility is part of it, right? It's not a bug; it's a feature. But we won't have evidence of that, right? We won't have the proof until we get to the top. I can tell you one thing: they've already started playing with us, right? We've already seen the outflows come out of Bitcoin ETF and go into Ethereum ETF, right? So when we, as a crypto industry, rotated from Bitcoin to Ethereum, as ETH found its bottom on BTC pairs, so did they. And so that means that they're paying attention. Right? They're watching the same metrics that we watch. That same chart that we see from Bitcoin to Ethereum to top 10 to alt to to alts, they have that same everything we have, they have. I don't think for 1 second I'm any more knowledgeable than the top guy at the BlackRock's research team or something like that, right? Which means that they got the same sort of recommendations that we give here. My theory is a slightly right translated bull market and a slightly left translated bear market. Right? I think that's the feature that we add to this cycle, and it might stay. It might just be a one-time thing. Like every cycle, we have something different. Last cycle, we had the double top, right? The last cycle before that, I mean, there's always something that's different. But I think if we right translate into 2026, a couple months, right, depending on these rate cuts, then those couple months we shave off of the bottom of the bear market, right? So bear market smaller, bull market larger, but the 4 hour time frame stays. I mean, the 4 year cycle stays exactly the same, right? We still take off when we were supposed to. It's just shortened because the other one was lengthened. And if you think about, let's just think about the mechanics of it. Let's say we're right and that they're going to sell off with us, right? So institutions lighten the load during the bear market. Chances are that's going to drop price way quicker than we're used to because a lot of big players getting out of position all at once, which means that we get to the bottom of the bear faster than we used to. And with institutions in love with Bitcoin, how they are right now, they're probably going to buy it up way before they're supposed to, which will shrink our bear market. Like, look, let me show you what I mean on
But won't they want to go and get Sailor then? I mean, when they're dropping,
Nobody's gonna get Sailor. I think anybody's gonna try to screw up their opportunity just to get Sailor.
I mean, he's a rival, right? Business-wise
Yeah.
for BlackRock.
So check this out. Bull market drop, or bear market drop, sorry. Right about a year. 374 days, 365 days brought us to about there. Right? And then we had our last drop. This part of the cycle, I think, stays the same. Right? Our bull market drop. The part of the cycle that I think changes is the crypto is dead part. Right? Whenever we get to the bottom, we always go through this section where crypto's dead. Like, this will make you sick to your stomach if you really look at this. You had well, actually, when you really look at it, this entire thing is accumulation here. We bring it back to this level. So that accumulation that we had at the bottom of the bear market was 521 days. We had 521 days to buy Bitcoin underneath 20K for the most part. This is the part that I think gets shrunk, right? Because after this happens, nobody believes in crypto anymore, and it takes a while for people to start getting confidence. It takes a couple of pumps, and then everybody's on board, and then they're like, okay, crypto's not dead. Institutions aren't going to wait that long. Institutions don't need any convincing right now that crypto's not dead. Right? So in my opinion, this gets shrunken down probably pretty severely. Which means at the bottom of the bear market, we're not going to have a year to decide to buy or not buy. Even if we took a mini range, right? Because there's these two mini ranges here. You had that accumulation, and then you had this accumulation. Right? But that, like I said, took almost 2 years. So my thesis is this top gets translated a bit further out into the bear market than we were supposed to go. Then price drops very quickly and recovers just as quick. So we'll still be on time with the market, but this section here gets reduced. That's the thesis that I'm working on.
But what if Democrats come in? Do you think they can reverse anything Trump has done for crypto?
What would that have to do with Bitcoin? That's not going to change anything for institutions. They can't just come in and make ETFs illegal.
I mean, they can find ways to screw us.
Bitcoin went from 3,000 to 60 something thousand with them trying to kill us in real time during choke point 2.0. There's no stopping this. They can make it easier, they can make it harder, but there's no stopping the cycle. I think we've proved that. If COVID didn't stop the cycle, good luck.
No, I mean they can. The point being that cutoff period that you're saying that it'll be a quicker bear market types. I mean, they could prolong it and get it back to the,
I don't think
same.
BlackRock sits around for a year with prices down at lows without buying up. I just don't. They don't need the same convincing that retail does. I don't know about legacy bands, but our bear market was right on time. We literally took off. We found the bottom 24 hours within 24 hours of where we should have time wise. The problem is the problem is the alts. Right? The alts have suffered the most from this economic policy we're in. Nah, there'll be some time at the bottom of the bear, but that whole 2 years of sideways that we're used to, it's probably a thing of the past. I mean, there's people that, excuse me, there's people that sat down there underneath 20K for close to a year and didn't buy. We'll go over that a lot during the bear market too, getting married to a certain price point. Nah, way too early, Rajesh. I think it looks good, Gabriel. I think our macro is still screwed up from our last weekly candle, so we've got some work to do over the next 2 weeks. But as long as that work gets done, I think we'll be fine.
How do you read that altcoin season index right now?
I hate that altcoin season index.
Really?
It's fun to watch, I guess, but I'll show you why. I'll show you what I mean. So this is your altcoin season index, and what it basically does is it marks to see how many coins in the top 100 are outperforming Bitcoin at any given time. The problem is that it doesn't take into consideration Ethereum, right? So yeah, there's 61 coins outperforming Bitcoin, but there's probably only like 15 outperforming Ethereum, right? And alt season really starts when that rotation from Ethereum comes into alts. So if you took this as you popped out of this line, basically, right? Unless you were holding ETH, you probably got slapped. Like I almost wish that they would add a third line here. Bitcoin season, like have Bitcoin season down here and then have like Ethereum season. You know what I mean? Just something to give people a better idea. But basically the way this works is when altcoin season gets to 75, that means that it's safe to get into alts. But the reason is because you know that top 10 rotation that we're getting now, right? When Ethereum rotates in the top 10 and then top 50, and then eventually goes into the altcoins. By the time 75% of the top 100 are outperforming Bitcoin, you missed your bottoms on most things. on most large caps. Your low caps will be open at this point, right? When this gets up to here, your low caps will be open for play. Mid caps, low caps, because your higher caps are already outperforming Bitcoin, which takes us into that alt season rotation on that chart that we always look at, right? So I don't like it because I feel like it causes people to wait too long and it's not very clear about what it means. Right? It should just say mid caps and low caps right here. And then it should say Ethereum right here. And then this whole thing underneath should be Bitcoin season. Because if you notice, you don't tend to spend a lot of time up there, do you? Right? Like as soon as you come up, tends to be a pretty quick retracement back down. I think it's really good to tell when you shouldn't be getting into alts, right? Like when we're down here, it's pretty obvious it's not time to start buying any alts yet until you start to see some aggression and you start to see these tops taking off. So I would look at this line as top 10 alts, right? And then once you get to the 50, I'd put another line here that says top 100 alts. And then at 75, this would say mid caps, low caps for me. But that's how I would do this chart. So right now we are above 50%, which means getting into the top 50 alts right now is probably starting to become kind of lucrative.
When an hour back it was at 63.
When what you said?
I'm saying like 60.
Right? Like Tau. Or is just kind of shit. Like, God. Poor Pi. Pi is always catching the shit end of the stick down here. Negative 45% in the last 90 days.
My beloved ICP's on there.
I do like to look into this group for potential buys, though. Right? Because these haven't started to perform yet. Near is actually pretty interesting right now. Near looks like it's about to go into outperformance for Bitcoin. It's a decent AI sort of picks and shovels play. Near and Tau. Near and Tau would probably be my two picks out of this bunch. And then we see the big winners, right? Pengu, 195, Crow, EMA, ETH, Link, all the rest of our stuff. We're above that line where bulls must hold. Let's see if we can push away and get some distance. I'll be right back. Let's cook Bitcoin. Yeah, just a reminder about unstaking, guys. You're unstaking, you're going to have a cool off period. We're getting really close to the time where some of your cool off periods will be taking you towards where we think the top is going to be. If you happen to have like a 2-month cool off period, my suggestion is that you start releasing those funds. The last thing you want to do is have the asset that you have staked go parabolic and you still have 2 weeks left until you can end your stake. So I'm pretty sure, I'm sure you're getting great APY or whatever, but I don't think missing 1 month's worth of yield payments to be able to make sure that you can sell your coin when you need to is going to break the bank. Another thing, if this is your first time, your first market, or even if it's your second market and you just didn't do that well the first one, you need to contact your exchanges. You need to contact your exchanges and you need to tell them that you need your deposit limit increased. Now, we're not trying to deposit any money. What we're trying to do is make sure that when it comes time to withdraw, we don't have any problems, right? We don't want any time delays on us withdrawing at the top of the market. We want to get our money out as quickly as possible and away from exchange in case anything gets funky. You know, the problem is that most of you guys have what's a low withdrawal limit. It might not seem like a low withdrawal limit right now, right? You might look at it and say, well, I'm not 25K, 50K. That's never going to happen. Listen, the market can get weird, bro. This shit can pump and you're going to make more money than you thought you would ever make. And then you're going to have issues that you didn't think you were going to have problems with, right? So it's just a simple phone call. Now, don't contact your exchange and say that you want to increase your withdrawal limits. Just tell them that you want to increase your deposits. Deposits and withdrawal limits get increased simultaneously, right? If they increase your deposit limit, they have to increase your withdrawal limit. So I'm just saying, I don't know what coins you pick. All your shit might go to zero, but there's some of you in here that are going to make more money than you expect, and you're going to come into problems that you're not anticipating right now. I'm just trying to get you in front of that. And then you need to call your bank. You need to call your bank and you need to tell them you're coming into a windfall. You're going to be depositing money from a crypto exchange in large amounts into your bank account. Is there a problem with that? Do you guys have a problem with that? Some of you are going to find that your banks are going to say, we're not going to take large deposits from a crypto exchange. And it's better you know that now so you can get out and open a bank that doesn't do that, right? By law, they're not supposed to now, right? Trump put that thing through that banks can't, refuse to take crypto money, but just don't leave it up to chance. Call them, be 1000% clear, and tell them, look, I'm bringing in a shit ton of money. I need to know that there's going to be any issues right now, because if there's going to be any issues, I'll take my money somewhere else.
Yeah, usually there's no issues putting money in. It's taking the money out when they give you the issues.
Even on the way in, they might hold your shit because it's more money than you've ever deposited in an account before, and then it's from some sketchy place, and you might end up with like a 48-day hold or something on your money.
I mean, yeah, if you're dealing with sketchy places and sketchy things come with that, but if you're with,
It's any
Coinbase,
crypto. It's any
if you're
crypto.
with Coinbase, you're good.
It depends on your bank, Drew. I've had problems with my banks.
Yeah, man, I hooked up my Coinbase to 4 bank accounts and with deposits.
Bank of America is notoriously bad for that shit.
Yeah, but I'm sure they're not going to give you problems with deposits from Coinbase. It's when we're trying to withdraw from the bank.
Why would you want to take that risk when it just takes a phone call, though?
It's usually a phone call. Coinbase can't even do that stuff with a phone call.
No, I'm talking about your bank.
Oh, with a bank?
It just takes a phone call.
I mean,
look, this is what's happening. Is there going to be any issues?
Yes
or no?
Yeah, but they're not going to have authority to.
So you talk to somebody that does have authority.
They're not going to give you that.
So you're just going to tell you can't talk to a bank manager, or no, you can't talk to somebody higher.
They're going to show you. They're going to give you what their policies are.
Guys, just listen to me. Call the bank. Call your exchanges. It takes 5 minutes.
I had that problem.
If you feel like you don't have to do it, then don't do it. But trust me on this. Just make the phone calls. It'll be a lot less
was trying
headaches
to-
for you.
I actually had to go in and speak to the bank manager. So I had that problem. Full of shit.
What, in the States? They wouldn't accept your
Yep.
money?
Yeah. No,
Where was the
not
money
accept
coming
my
from?
money. A big amount. They wanted to put a timestamp on it because they first wanted to see where the money transferred from. And I didn't
Well,
have time for that, so I went in.
Well, yeah, if they don't see Coinbase on there, some legit company, of course there's gonna be some flags. They don't want your drug money.
It was exchange.
Well, if it's not a legitimate exchange, I mean, if it was a legitimate, like, U.S. legitimate exchange, I'm sure you wouldn't have a problem. If it was Gemini, Kraken, or Coinbase, or even Uphold, no problem whatsoever. But yeah, if you're dealing with like, Mexi and stuff like that, or who knows what kind of exchanges you guys are dealing with, then yeah.
Please get off Mexi if you're on it and you're in the US.
Like I said, it'll take you half an hour of your time to not have to worry.
I mean, you still got to worry even after that, but yeah.
Can never be worry free.
Like I'm talking to Zusi right now.
No, I'm just saying most, like, if you're dealing with a company that's legit, bank's not going to say, why are you depositing $100,000 right now? Why are you depositing 500,000? They'll take that deposit easy as 1, 2, 3. If you're trying to withdraw 500,000 or 100,000 when you haven't withdrawn that amount ever, of course there's going to be some flags.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it for you, Tool. Give me a second. A little bit to the downside. We'll go check on CoinGlass real quick, but squeeze looks to the top here for me. Double bottom. Currently trying to put in a higher low. I still think we get this measured move though. Just be careful. But yeah, tons of liquidity to the top side. Let's check CoinGlass real quick. Finance. Top side liquidity looks hotter. Yeah. XRP looks interesting, man. See, we swept that bottom liquidity. And for me to say that, I don't ever really say that. But XRP ETH chart and XRP BTC chart look really good. The XRP Sol chart still favors Sol a bit, but I think they're going to be really close.
Yeah, if any of my banks ever ask me what's up with this deposit, they're done doing business with me.
As you should. That's exactly my point. If you call and you tell them and they even stutter when you say crypto, you'd be like, thank you for your, thank you for your service and your time. I will be moving my funds immediately.
because when they get deposits, they don't even. I mean, they're getting USD. They don't have to deal with crypto. So, but if they ask you, they're like, why? It's like they know if they're gonna ask their clients that, their clients are probably gonna leave. You know, like what's up with this deposit from Coinbase?
It's happened to me. Telling you, bro.
Hope you left. Yeah, hope you left after that.
Yeah, of course. That's why I'm not there no more. That's why I don't deal with banks, bro. You shitting me? But
There's
I do
banks that
that.
don't
The
do that.
majority of people still do, though. And yeah, there's definitely banks that don't.
Like the big ones.
And
like
now,
Chase.
now that look, it's so much of a problem that they literally had to put the executive order through the other day to make it illegal for banks to do it. Like that's how much of a problem it is. Yeah, you don't want more than $250,000 in a bank account anyways. I mean, not if you care about FDIC insurance. Yeah. Shit, when the Trump sons the other day were on the interview after the banks froze their accounts and shit. I'm watching the interview, right? Because I'm like, let me see how they feel. I know they're probably tight right now. And the dude said, I had like 4,000 accounts blocked for, and I was like doing the math real quick in my head. Like, wait a minute. You have multiple accounts because you're past the FDIC, so there's at least $250,000 each. Jesus. In my experience, credit unions have been really good. Credit unions have been really fair when it comes to crypto. Small local banks and shit too. If there's any left. It was a massacre of those small local banks during our last bank collapses. Yeah, Epic. That's what I'm saying. So you've got to split it up across multiple accounts. Yeah, credit unions are the shit. Especially for the little guy too. Like you don't even need to have bread. Like some of the shit that you get from credit unions, the big banks offer you when you're a whale or whatever. But credit unions have really good rates for like cars, homes. Well, what's cool now is if banks are gonna be on crypto rails, then we might get to a position where you can just store your stables in a bank if that's what makes you more comfortable. Just know that chances are they're gonna be rehypothecated just like your dollars are.
But yeah, I mean, if you're dealing with a reputable company and you're not creating riots, January 6th and things like that, you're probably not going to get debanked. Because that
Yeah,
whole
yeah, this
debanking thing wasn't
is
because of crypto. It was
trillion
mostly because
problems.
January. Yeah, it was because the January 6th. At least that's what Chase and Capital Bank said. I think Trump sued Capital Bank, but they said they can't deal with their clients because it's reputational risk because of what happened on January 6th.
Eric, converting USDC into another stable coin isn't a taxable event because there's no, well, actually, let me take that back. It could be a taxable event, but it'd be so small it's negligible because there's no price difference. You bought something for $1, you got $1. You get taxed on profit, right? So there's no profit there. Unless, I mean, who knows? Unless your USDC happened to be at 99.9998 and you bought your USDT and it was at $0.00000003. You know what I mean?
It has depeg before USDC, so
yeah. Yeah, depending on the time, but for the most part, there's no, it wouldn't count. Or you can move to France and you can move your shit in and out of stables and not have to pay tax at all, bro. But then you're getting 50% of your check taken automatically just for regular taxes. So it's like, oh, potato. Yeah. Bad. It's looking bad over there right now, bro. They're printing, trying to get out of problems and shit. Germany and France is scrambling.
Europe is toast, man, by design.
Nah, it's looking bad, bro. It's looking bad.
I mean, it seems like it was all set up to me. Like, just looking back at everything that's been happening these last 15 years in Europe, I'm like, this has been a setup. Especially with the euro.
It's like,
the euro was the beginning.
You go to the top and then you go to the bottom. Like, that's how it works. Like, the U.S. will be there eventually. We probably won't be here to see it, but there will be a time on this planet where China's the reserve currency, or whoever, or even Bitcoin, whoever. And then, the powerful nation that before was the reserve currency is now splintering. And
so I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but I just talked to crypto.com, which is my main exchange, and told them exactly what Dbloc told me to say. And just so you are aware, in order to take out 100 grand or more, you need to be part of the Obsidian plan. 50 grand, icy white rose gold, 10 grand, jade green plan, 5 grand, which is fucking nothing, blue. And I'm sorry. And if you have no card with crypto.com, your maximum is 3 grand. So just be aware. Yeah, 3 grand is I have to go get a crypto.com card now.
you know how that's why I was saying it, because people don't realize how long. And now imagine you hit big and you hit like for 3 mil on crypto.com.
Yeah.
And you can only take out 3 grand a day to your bank.
Instead of getting a card, though, why don't you just take your crypto out of crypto.com via crypto and not convert it there?
Sell it somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, just transfer it somewhere else, like Coinbase, Kraken, or Gemini, where they give you better deals on that.
Yeah, you can transfer your shit from crypto.com out to somewhere else for sure.
When you're onboarding or when you're converting back to fiat in US dollars, you want to be in a US based company in crypto.com Singapore. So there's going to be a little extra friction there.
Okay, so your best bet would be like Kraken or Coinbase, right?
Yeah.
Figure out what your limits are on everything, and then take it to the one that has the biggest limit.
Exactly.
All right, cool. Thanks.
And you could, Coinbase, you could request. You have to. It's on the app. You request the limit when you go to your portfolio all the way to the bottom, where it shows like some kind of buy, sell limits and things like that. You can request a higher limit.
Go Bitcoin,
go. If you guys have any crypto-friendly banks that you can tell me about, please let me know. Because when I went in to talk to the bank manager about this same situation, he's like, "You can send as much money as you want here, but if you're pulling out 10 grand or more at a time, we would consider that money laundering."
Yeah, that too. That's also an issue. That's more of an issue during a bear market. Some people end up in the bear market and their money's in a bank and they have to buy the dip, and then they start to try to transfer their money and they're like,
Bank of America, Chase, PNC.
Really? They're all cool?
Yeah. They have no problems with Kraken, Gemini, and Coinbase. Gemini had some problems with Coinbase. I mean, not Gemini. Gemini had some problems with some banks, with Chase, I think. But Coinbase and Kraken, they were seamless with like all the major banks.
Oh, say less. I'll go to Bank of America. I have no idea. I have TD right now, and TD's Canadian. I thought they're usually really, really, really cool. But
yeah, Chase is solid too.
All right, we're about to hit our measured move here, y'all. So we still haven't attempted to put in that right side that we were talking about, like on the 4 hour, right, the bigger one. But it's just gonna end up being a way bigger structure now.
Even SoFi. SoFi is like an online bank.
Don't sleep on credit unions like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, credit
If
unions
you
are
have
good too.
access to a credit union, it's always a good idea.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people heard this over and over again, but when you're moving from one exchange to another and you're moving large amounts, always make a test transfer. Just test like $20 worth. Make sure you got the no typos in the address or anything like that.
Unless you're
Yeah,
Bybit. Unless
you
you're
you
Bybit
remember
and you just want to yeet $2.5 billion worth of Ethereum into the ether.
Oh my God. That was crazy.
you remember Drew, I asked you other day I need to transfer some amount from crypto from USA to into my account into Dubai because I don't want to use bank. And I asked my guy to do the test transaction and it put a 7 days hold on it
Oh shit.
just for the $100.
Yeah, there you go. It's good to know that now though, at least.
Yeah, because I was asking you what exchange you use because I want to move some money and I don't want to use a bank because I want to do it through the crypto. So I told my man to buy a crypto and send me to the crypto wallet. And he he opened the account in the Binance or whatsoever, and he bought a crypto through his card.
Mhm.
And when he tried to transfer me, and the bank puts a hold on it for 7 days.
Yeah,
So I'm
that's
still,
yeah. He probably
yeah,
tried to. He did an ACH deposit probably.
yeah, exactly. That's what he did. But I found it really strange because I never faced this problem over here in Pakistan. I do large transaction in Dubai. I never had a problem there.
Oh, here in the
But
U.S. Yeah,
yeah,
we have that problem here, and like even me, like if I do a deposit ACH on Coinbase, those funds, even though I can trade them, they're not available for me to withdraw until 1 business week usually. So that's 7 business days.
yeah, 7 days, 7 days. Yeah, it
It's
was
such an
showing there
ancient
in his
way to do
wallet, but
business, bro. Like it feels so
yeah,
archaic, right? Like a bunch of dinosaurs just clunking around.
There's loopholes you could take advantage of that 7 days.
yeah, but
Because sometimes there's people like they'll be able to do it, and they might not have that much, or they wanted to use the money elsewhere, and in that time, the bank's really not taking your money yet. So if you're able to flip that by the time the bank gets your money, you're actually getting a loan from the crypto exchange you're using, basically. If you play your cards right and you get a good trade. If not, you're screwed. Because say you have like $20,000 in the bank, and you're like, all right, let me do ACH deposit 20,000, right? You do that 20,000, and right after you do the ACH, say you spend that 20,000, the bank and crypto exchange you've been dealing with hasn't, they don't have that money yet, basically. So it's just like kind of in the ether, and it hasn't left your bank technically. So that money you might still be able to flip somewhere else by the time that bank gets it. And you, at the same time, they're giving you crypto to trade by the time they're asking your bank for money. So you could use that to your advantage. But it's risky.
yeah, it's really risky,
All
bro.
right, we're digging through these liquidations here, guys. It's about to get real. We're
Yeah,
looking for a daily open retest here, right? Last market maker motivation to the top side is our daily open, right? That's just our regular daily mean reversion where we come back and test daily open. And there's more than enough liquidity to get us there. So the road is paved. We've got the gas. We don't have a pattern right now. But if we squeeze hard enough through that, then we're good. I think that we'll reject off of supply a bit, and then we'll pattern out. We'll come up, maybe just waddle a little bit, put in a bull flag, and then finish that move. We need to see this tape light up. You want to see some aggressive buyers come through the tape. Those Romanian vampires, they picking up the phone now, Drew, or they still acting brand new? You want to come throw some yellow on that tape. There you go. Appreciate that. No, I didn't call the Bears out. What the hell, bro? You know what I mean? It's like nobody was talking to you, bro. He said, "Oh, you want some yellow on the tape? Hold these 81 Bitcoin."
And that liquidation heat map is interesting, huh?
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, I also want to see. Looks like Pith lost another level too, huh? So, for those of you that were looking for re-entries on Pith, we still haven't come all the way down yet, but we're looking for this 800 and 200 test on the 4-hour. Getting close though.
Yo, Justin's son's funny. He's like, "Well, I told you guys I wouldn't sell my coins." He
Yo,
sold all his users' coins.
what? So he was just getting ready to like just attack that shit, basically, right?
Well, he already started. He started.
Okay,
So
and
he was
then they
doing.
stopped
He,
him.
yeah, he did wallet dispersion already. So he was
Okay.
just like trying to hide the transactions.
Mm-hmm.
He took his user's deposit because he's giving 100% APY on LFI. So imagine there's a lot of people like, okay, 100% staking. I'm going to deposit. So as soon as you deposit your WLFI there, he moves it out and sells it on the open market while you're still getting your reward. You're not saying anything because you're like, hey, I'm getting 100%. And of course, you're not even able to follow the blockchain because once it's in the exchange, he can mix it up. So this is I think Arkham. I don't know who figured it out, but anyway, so he moves it out, sells it on the open market while he has a short, and then supposedly nobody loses his thing. He's well, he's like they just even if they don't know that I'm using their WL5, they're still getting their 100%. And if they want to withdraw it, I have enough for them to get it back. So
It's crazy. Like we always talk about that same exact thing. I mean, except for the commingling of like deposits, that's crazy. But
Yeah,
we always talk about how, yeah, that's the game, right? You get in early on the pre-sale, you get in early with some insider shit, and then as soon
yeah,
as it gets on an exchange where you can short it, you take the big short, and then you dump.
crazy. Yeah,
You
in
just
4K.
yeah, you just dump.
And now he's like, well, I promised you guys I wouldn't sell my coins because he was selling his users' coins. He didn't technically sell his coins. He still had lot coins, but even his lot coins right now are frozen. So they're never going to be unlockable unless that whoever runs that contract is going to change that function.
All right, now that's crazy and all, but can we talk about how like that's not a good thing?
Yeah, it's. I mean,
Like,
it shows. It shows like, all right, if you screw,
bro,
if you do something that's not going to make them happy, they can just like hit a red button and you're
yeah.
stuck. You know.
Listen, I'm not a Justin Sun fan, but you know that's not good, bro. That they can just do that at a drop of a switch.
Well, I'm hearing that they're going to press charges, and he had a disclaimer or something he signed, so he wasn't supposed to. You know, they're supposed to. He had some agreement also, I think, with them. I don't know. It's pretty deep, but I think they're going to go in and press charges on him too, or try to file a lawsuit or whatever they're going to do.
Can you imagine the blockchain just freezes your wallets? Or not even freezes the wallets, right? They just make the coins.
The coin you can't move them. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just
it's
frozen.
blacklisted. Yeah, it's stuck. You can't move them. You
Yo,
can't do
that's
nothing with them.
wild, bro. All
They could
right,
still
so
mint if they want. They could freeze if they want.
WLFI, we'll take a look at it real quick. This was the TA that we did a couple days ago. I don't know, whenever it was. So we were looking for a drop down, right, out of this megaphone pattern. We got our measured move today, right? So now there's two paths here. If bears are in control, I think they'll continue to drop. Right? This would be our 1618 if you ran it inverse, because we're in inverse price discovery right here. If we hold here where we're holding on our little bull and get above that 50, then this could have been the bottom. But we're like legit 50-50 right now. I'm gonna need way more candles.
Yeah, from our research, the pre-sale guys got in between 1 cent and 5 cents.
Yeah. Yeah, Epic, I feel you. It's just high level speculation, bro. You know, never seen that many people go crazy over a governance token. But it'll move, you know. I think it'll move. It's gonna get treated. It's almost getting treated like a meme.
It's weird. Like I'm wondering, like the ethics of decentralization. So, is there a
Does
line that
anybody
when you
care
cross
anymore? Should we poll it?
what?
If anybody cares. I hear what you're saying. I'm gonna continue what you're saying, but I'm gonna put a poll to see if anybody really cares about decentralization. I do. Like I hear shit like that and it bothers me.
Yeah,
But do
I'm just
people
wondering.
really?
Like, I don't. I mean, I don't care because I don't think they're gonna do it to the average user. They're gonna like someone like that, like Justin Sun, because he has the power to manipulate. So I think that's the threshold that people are going to be affected by that. People that have that kind of power to manipulate. But people that don't hold the manipulation power, I don't think they're going to have to worry about their coins getting locked up. Yeah, I don't care. I'm like, all right. I'm actually glad it's like Justin Sun, man. He's been scamming since 2017, probably earlier. So I'm like, all right,
Yeah,
good.
like when it happens to somebody that deserves it, it's like,
I'm
you know?
exactly. And it's pretty sketchy because they're see, when you go to CoinMarketCap, their Explorer says Soul Scan, and it's an Ether token. And when you click that Soul Scan from CoinMarketCap.com, so I'm wondering if China's trying to make some kind of weird attack on it. I don't know, but they're saying there's only 25,000 holders, and this is via CoinMarketCap. And when you go to the Soul Scan, it says $68 million market cap. But then if you go to CoinGecko, it gives you the proper Ether scan link. But the problem is the market cap still says 0 because the contract has some. I don't know if it's a glitch or if they want that, but Etherscan can't read the market cap right now. So Etherscan's registering market cap as 0, which is very weird. And it says 75,000, 76,000 wallets. Dex Screener has the proper market cap. Dex Screener is the only one that has the proper market cap. But SoulScan and Etherscan don't for some reason.
Damn, I was about to let my bias show in this. Let me stop. I'm gonna make it a simple yes or no. A simple yes or no. All right, pull up, guys.
And the word decentralized too, it's like there's a lot of aspects, I guess, like, is it centralized tokenomically? Is it centralized with
Well, yeah,
authoritative?
let's be specific. I'm talking about the protocol itself being decentralized, right? I understand that even decentralized protocols need centralized management, right? Like there might be a centralized team behind it, but
I think it's important for the nodes to be decentralized, like for the
yeah,
verification.
yeah, the actual exactly the consensus.
Yep. I'm wondering if they voted on that to lock up his tokens, if they actually had a vote or someone was just able to be like, you know what, let's just lock up his tokens without really asking.
Yeah, it's a good point, TM. That's why I said invest. If you trade, it doesn't matter. We trade percentage and volatility.
We're back.
Well, I guess the real question is, and I was gonna add to the yes or no, but the real question is, are you in it for the money, or do you believe in the necessity of decentralization to protect from governments and censorship and debasement of currency and that sort of thing, right? There's a lot of people that are just in it for the money, but this is also your first time around, right? So they say you come for the money, you stay for the revolution.
Do a poll, you'll see.
I did.
All money.
Polls up right now.
Yeah, I can predict it for you. 80%.
Now we've got a lot of old heads in here too.
I don't know. I feel like that world liberty is gonna go all the way down, like Trump did. I don't know what the hell.
Those Kraken commercials go peril, make you want to just go get a job, bro. The Kraken commercials make you want to leave crypto. I know what you mean. Like, I'm gonna go start a
nobody
business.
talk about it.
About what?
Trump coin.
Yeah, I mean, that's, in my opinion, that's been dead since it popped.
It's probably a matter of time before it does a OM.
I remember the Crypto.com commercials with Matt Damon standing on the moon in an astronaut costume talking about fortune favors the brave when Bitcoin was at 69K.
So as far as Bitcoin's concerned, back to the life raft.
Nah, slow climb is what it looks like. We're doing all right. We just got to stay above this range, that range that we just took. And we need to keep climbing, but every day is going to be a grind.
Yeah, I guess we're kind of close to it anyway.
My point earlier was the reason that I left both of these up, and they're like, well, tell us which one it is. And it's like, the point of it is for you to understand that whether this is a rocket or whether this is a life raft, you have to take profits. If we happen to fall down underneath this and come back down to this level, then this was a life raft, right? This is an opportunity for you to make some money on your alt, because your alts, if Bitcoin did this, your alt found new bottoms, right? But the point of the exercise is that whether this is a life raft or a rocket ship, whether this was going to hold support here and blast off to the moon, or whether this was going to come all the way back down, profits should have been taken here.
I mean, are you still playing off the narrative that we didn't make that close on whatever, a weekly or whatever? Okay.
For at least the next 2 weeks.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then we're probably just gonna make a big ass M right here.
We don't know that though. That's a bearish bias, right? On the macro, but we're not on. We're on the 5-minute chart now, right? So if we climb these levels and take these levels and put in this W here on the 4-hour, then that could take us above CME gap, and then at that point, that's a rocket. That means that even if we retrace, you're not going to get the opportunity to buy your alt cheaper than you bought it before. You got your background is loud, Emad. You got to check to see if your shit is on again. I can hear your TV.
Not now.
No, it's like I can hear it clearly, bro. You have a headset? You can't. If you're on a desktop mic, it's just gonna pick up everything, bro. Put on a headset.
Nah, I'm on. I'm on the expensive phone with really nice headphones. It should be good once it turns off. That's my son's laptop. Stupid thing's talking. But how about now when it's up, when it's done?
I get it, but what I'm saying is that any noise that's in your house, if your mic is open, is gonna come through the mic. So just
what about now?
Beware. I don't hear anything now.
Oh, because I got my air conditioner on.
Sounded like your son was trying to get a credit card or something. You might want to keep an eye on that.
he's trying to get he's trying to remortgage your house or something, bro.
Oh, you heard that?
Yeah.
You hear it clearly.
That's funny. It was repeating an email that some guy sent to me about some type of Chase loan, business loan crap with 0% interest. I don't know. Zero percent sounds good though.
You put it on push to talk, you won't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah. I think I am on it.
Do you have to push something to talk?
Yes.
Okay. Lasers? We could pull out some lasers.
So American Express wants to offer me 50,000 at 8% interest, personal loan, but I'm not taking it yet. I won't come back for that until we're at the end and the new bull market starts, or I probably better leave the bear market alone before I try to short. I'll save that for when the new bull market starts. But they'll give it to me.
Well, as long as you make more than 8% in the whole year, then you're good.
Yeah, but I think that number can get lower.
Yeah, 8%'s not bad though for 2025 right now with the predicaments and everything. It's alright.
Well, if things do what they say they're gonna do and things crash, then we can get 4.
Hey, Drew, that W on Pump's looking pretty nice.
Uh-huh. They're still doing buybacks, man. Just check out that fees.pump.fund, man, and they're at it, man. They have not stopped.
Yeah, the W confirms if it hits that 00455. Should play out and hit that 065.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, there's this whole 004 area is very, very sensitive, let's say, because that's where everyone got an ICO price. So there's a lot of people that are like, all right, this was a rescue ship, as Dbloc would say, and they're like, I'm out of here, they don't believe in it. And there's some new believers, so it's mix and match right now, but there's definitely a fight going on, and I think it's super bullish in my opinion.
Pay attention to holders, man. Just pay attention to holders and make sure that the holder count keeps going up. Sometimes it's just that easy,
But still, that's easy to manipulate as well. So as long as you have that in the back of your head. Oh, big buys, big buys. But yeah, because that's what Justin Sun was doing when he said wallet dispersion. He's basically saying there's more wallets than there actually was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't like that Etherscan and SoScan does that. They instead of saying wallets, they say holders. So psychologically, that makes you think like, oh man, this has 6 million holders.
Yeah.
6 million wallets, dog. Yeah. Big buys, big buys.
Let's go. Good job, Bulls. You stepped in right when you were supposed to.
Go Bulls.
Round of applause for the Bulls.
No autographs. Yeah, and they wanted to finish this hourly off properly. Put the pedal to the metal right here 2 minutes before this hourly close.
Gerald, how's that for a laser show?
I'm getting on the rescue ship.
Not gonna miss it again. We'll jump on Kill Taco real quick. Yeah, get your life together. We got 263 Bitcoin at 112.4. And we've got some buy walls on the oof. 225 Bitcoin at 108, 300 Bitcoin at 108.5, 500 Bitcoin at 108.6, 314 Bitcoin at 108.67. They're stacked. Interesting. Trying to see how long this has been here. This is a defensive wall. Somebody's defending longs here, my opinion. Let's go, baby. 263 Bitcoin, 173. All right, we absorbed that. And they're back. 180, 249, 226. Absorption. The book is thick right now, though. There's millions and millions.
So
314, 315. They're actively trying to sell into this. This is good though. You can't go up without sellers, right? If there's nobody to sell, there's nobody to buy from.
so the Coinbase.
263. I'm waiting for one big pop here. 269. People are dumping off into this. 271. This is what you call feeding the ducks while they're quacking. Here we go. Look at the tape. This is an aggregated tape across 8 exchanges. That's why it moves faster than the Binance one, obviously.
Dang. Almost a break even. 111.
Oh yeah, take it. Take it.
Hmm.
This is that supply that we're trying to absorb right now. When we were just looking at on Kiyotaka. Right, so that supply will disappear once that is gone. But this is the struggle right now. There's about 300, well, put it all together, there's about close to 600 Bitcoin down here at 1115. Fetch price, right at support, SR flip. Come on, where's our aggressive buyers at? Come on. There we go. There we go. Come on, baby. Green, green. This is so much profit taken.
It's crazy though. Even up here, it seems pretty balanced out right now.
Yeah, like even like that's what I'm saying. Like the sellers are getting absorbed because there's tons. I mean, look at this. This is like bloody red. The floor should be falling out from this if it wasn't for all the just building liquidity now. So let's go back to this chart. And we said once we cleared those liquidations, that we'd have to flag out, right? We need another pattern to get us the rest of the way. So if we come down to the 1 minute, right, we can see the beginning of that. Remember we said we were targeting daily open for that mean reversion? Right, we hadn't been back to daily open since we dropped out. And I was saying that that's the last market maker target. So market maker is not going to pay for the rest of this trip on his own. There's no more motivation up to the top, which means liquidity harvesting, right? So we go to the 1 minute and market maker will try to give retail a pattern that they recognize, excuse me, to remain bullish, right? Which is usually some sort of flag. Now, what that does is every time you put in a lower high, more people short. Every time you put in a lower low, more people short. The bears are so hungry to short this that they'll see this as lower lows and lower highs, right? But we know that to be bull flags, or we know that to be continuation patterns. So we'll have to see how much of this vector they come for. Usually they'll come for about 50% of the vector. So let's draw out. That's the vector gap we have underneath. Actually, we're on the 1 minute, so I will include this whole range. That's where we'd want to see the bottom of that pattern come to. If this is going to be a continuation pattern, we don't want it to drop lower than 50% of those vectors. All right, let's micromanage this thing. Keep an eye on this liquidity above us. Right, what you want to see are these 100x shorts start to pile in. And also on the other side, what you want to see is that your leverage bears aren't getting out of control. Right, if your leverage bears start getting out of control and start piling in here, then price will come back down for them. Right now, I'm looking at 50 EMA coming up. And depending on how long this takes to drop, it being what catches us, right? If this drops fast, then we'll come underneath 50% of that vector. Let's do our market maker count here. Rise 2. Yeah, we should have a rise 3 left in here. Let's go back to Kiyotaka. All right. We have a bit of a gap here in the VPVR. Right, our high volume node comes in at 110.09 or 110.9. Yeah, 110.922. 110.922 would be around here, which is our SR flip. See how your 100Xs are starting to pile in a little bit here? Fuel for the fire. Lily, just chill out and chat. We've already had issues. Trying to be understanding here. For you to even say that, you know, you already know. Right. There's an attempt to stop price here. 366 Bitcoin at 111.3, 243 Bitcoin at 111.325. Well, where did all that aggression go? Where my buyers at?
I slipped into my bear costume for a little while.
Thing's too itchy, bro. I had it on for so long.
It feels terrible. Let me tell you what.
Crazy that the summer's like over.
Yeah, on my birthday, it's official. First day of fall. Couple more weeks.
Well, damn. Where's the retail pattern?
Let it cook, man. We're on a 1 minute chart.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, I'm just like micromanaging this.
Where's them greedy shorts at?
This gap in the VPVR is the issue. So if orders don't come in, we don't start getting bigger orders down here, then we're just going to fall through that VPVR. That brings us to that SR flip, that 109, which is right here.
Yeah, that's where we bounced this morning.
Yeah, this is the gap here in the VPVR that we were looking at in Kiyotaka. Remember, moves through gaps are usually pretty quick.
This bear costume might not last long at all.
Because everybody's FOMOing on Bitcoin right now, Jim. When Bitcoin has one of these sort of Bitcoin only moves, dominance pumps with it, right? Because most of the money's coming back in, but it's coming into Bitcoin. We have to let it trickle. Just like that alt season rotation that I tell you about, that Bitcoin, Ethereum, like that happens on a small scale too. Once everything dips, first thing that pops up is Bitcoin, right? And then Dom goes with it. And then it rotates from Bitcoin into everything else, and then Dom starts to come down. Yeah. Yeah, let's look at the poll. What's the poll? Oh, yeah, it is pretty even. 58% find it important that the project they invest in is decentralized. 42% say. There's no wrong answer, by the way. Everybody's got different motivations. But yeah, it's just interesting to see. Nico, SR flip is a support resistance flip, right? So this acted as resistance already. What we're looking for is if price comes down to this level for it to act as support. And so we flip resistance into support, or support into resistance. No, it doesn't show. Nah, the polls are anonymous. It doesn't show you who voted what. That would be funny though.
Chat, you know the assignment. Run those likes up. Got about half of y'all hadn't hit it. Let's get it.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to, sir. It comes down to like whether you are sort of individually focused, or like whether you're just on the grind now or you're trying to grind up and make it, or whether you've got like a broader sort of scope. That's all right. You guys don't go anywhere. The market will convince you the importance of decentralization. Not even the market, the news will.
You say it's less manipulated with it being decentralized, or
I mean, price is always going to be manipulated one way or another. But if the point of what we're doing is to have a permissionless, trustless sort of financial system, then it has to be decentralized. Because I don't trust people. History from the beginning of time to the end of time, everything that's screwed up one way or another had a person behind it. You know? So,
yeah,
you know, the point or Satoshi's vision for the whole thing was that, you know, you wouldn't need that anymore, right? It's immutable, permissionless, completely trustless. You don't have to trust that it's going to work. That you start to lose that with centralization, because then you get control, right? So like proof of work versus proof of stake, right? It's probably on the edge of what people would consider maybe not even. I don't think proof of stake projects can be decentralized, because whoever has the most coins has the most votes, and whoever has the most votes, for the most part, controls the direction that the protocol goes. You know, proof of work, I think, is the cleanest way to do it, but it's also energy intensive, and you know, comes with its own problems and shit like that. But do I want there to be a number I can call if I have a problem and a person I can talk to? Yeah. Like, I love being on dexes, but shit, if something happens, something happens. Like, right? It's literally just code that you're interacting with. So I think that you can have a decentralized protocol that has centralized management, right? Just that keeps the project afloat. Not everything has to be decentralized to the level of like Bitcoin, where it exists on its own and just it's a thing, just like basically a digital commodity now. But not everything needs to have a foundation that can press a button and roll back a thing or freeze somebody's accounts, or you know what I mean? Like, then you start to run into that same shit that you run into the financial system. Well, I better be on the good side of the people that can freeze my money. I better not say something that they don't like, or I better not do something that they don't like, or I better not send money to somebody that they don't like. You get what I mean?
you always have to watch what you're doing. That's not how it's supposed to be.
It's not supposed to be what we're doing over here. You know, oh, this country, but if I send it to this country, then nah, bro, this is not what we're supposed to be doing over here. This is, crypto should be borderless. Am I going to take the tax break on my American cryptos if I get it? Yes. Do I think it's right that we're doing that? No, probably not, because it's like you're trying to take ownership over a protocol, right? Like, oh, this is an American crypto company, and it's like, cool, I get it, but it goes against the ethos. As much money as I've made on Bitcoin, the least I could do is, at least for me, try to keep it as close to Satoshi's ideas as possible. Respect, you know, respect what the intentions were. I mean, good luck. We already brought the wolf into the hen house with ETFs and all of that shit, so we're past that. But, you know, a man could dream, right? It's good to be romantic about some shit sometimes.
How do you know which ones are decentralized?
It just comes down to the governance. I mean, it depends on is there a foundation behind it? What percentage do they hold? Like that type of shit. Most of these claim to be decentralized protocols, right? Everybody's a decentralized protocol until something happens and they've got to shut down the network. Like Solana ran hard on the decentralized thing until they finally had to shut the network down 3 or 4 times, and they couldn't say that no more. Because if you're telling me there's an off switch somewhere, you know what I mean? Like, nope, that's not how that works.
Turn your money off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not how that works. Or that you can roll something back, or even fixing something bad that happened, right? Like happened with ETH when there was that hack and Vitalik wanted to run it back to get people their money back, and Charles was like, that goes against everything we believe in. Like, even if people get their money back, even if it ends up being a good outcome, that's a slippery slope, and that's not something we want to do. The blockchain is immutable. There is no running it back. And that's where their split came from. Cardano went Cardano's way. ETH went ETH's way. But something like Bitcoin that will just run forever, right? Just immutable code that'll just run forever. Needs no attention. At the very most, if technology calls for it, it'll need a security upgrade, right? They'd have to move from SHA 256 to a higher one. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with Bitcoin here. When this Bitcoin stabilizes, I'll take a look at some alts. We're into that gap now. I was saying these moves through the gaps are usually pretty quick once they go. Now what we're looking for is a stopping volume candle into this SR flip. And by looking for, I mean to add to position or whatever. Yeah, Limitless, I feel you. I've always felt the same way. Like, I like Charles. I like what Charles stands for. He's crazy too. Some of Charles' rants are like epic. But excuse me, he's kind of like Vitalik in a way where he doesn't really care about the price of the coin. Like, the last thing he's interested in is whether Cardano went up or down in price. They're just hyper nerding out on code. You want to give it to me in the last 3 seconds? Well, we got a doji, but it isn't a stopping volume candle. Let's see how much volume is actually there. Yeah. Structure-wise, great candle. Volume-wise, horrible. Yeah, no, I'm not saying I believe everything that he says, but there's something about listening to somebody talk that's passionate about what they're talking about that is entertaining, bro. And one thing I can say is that he believes all of that shit. Everything he says, he believes it. He drank the Kool-Aid for sure. Yeah, pin bar candles, doji candles. But more importantly, I was looking for a stopping volume candle, which means it would have had to be a vector, right? And that would have had a large volume spike attached to it. That's what a lot of people that trade structure sort of miss out on, right? People that trade candle structure and don't pay attention to volume, like they can never understand why their doji candles get invalidated, like when they're going to get invalidated or when they're not going to get invalidated. And it typically comes down to volume. All right, so you see on Kiyotaka how we ate that gap, right? Now let's see if there's any orders down here for the stop price, because the hell price, where'd you go? Actually, it looks kind of light. They might give this all back. Remember, this is, if you're a bull, just to sort of refresh everybody, right? Let's go back to the 15-minute, because we've been stuck on the 5-minute, on the 1 minute for too long. This is all that's happening on the 15-minute. I'm kidding. Breakout, got the measured move, short squeeze up, red stopping volume candle, coming back from mean reversions. So we have full recovery on this vector set. The question is, do aggressive buyers step in before we come after this lower vector? This lower vector is also in another volume gap here. Right, so this demand above us, hold on, this demand above the vector would have to hold 200 EMA right underneath, or else we come into that resistance and support that that SR flip that the bulls must hold. Let me look at XDC real quick, because somebody was asking earlier. They've been waiting for me. Well, similar to what Bitcoin is doing right now, we popped over an SR flip that was really important, but we did not hold it. Right? So we're coming down into the 200 EMA. If that doesn't hold, then you're looking at 6-7. 6-7. Not bad. And then you'd have a volume gap right here. So basically, to keep it short and sweet, if the 200 doesn't hold, your SR flip. Worst case scenario, that 800. To get bullish here, it's easy. You just got to get over the 50 and the support resistance flip. You get over the 50 and the support resistance flip, then you're coming at your double top and the rest of these targets above. We got 217 viewers and only 146 votes on the chat. I mean, on the poll. Hit the poll up, guys. Trying to get a good idea here of how people are feeling. I mean, it's not like it's the most important question in the world, but I have a curiosity. Might help me understand some of the things that I should be stressing a little bit more in here. Yeah, I hear you, Odin. You're not alone. A lot of people feel like that. A lot of old heads starting to feel like that too, though. Right? People who really were like for the revolution and believed in the decentralization and, you know, we're here through the mud just to see us welcome, you know, BlackRock and Van Eck and all of these vampires with open arms. The birth of those ETFs was the death of the revolution for a lot of people. Nah, I don't think Pith is cooked. When Soul makes its run, Pith is gonna do its thing. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back, yo. Dara, I'm trading every day in here with you guys, but I don't stream my trades if that's what you mean. No. I don't want it to turn into like a signals group. You know, I'm trying to keep the sort of educational vibe that we have in here. And unfortunately, live trades just it turns into signals. Much rather teach you guys how to fish than just tell you where I'm dropping my hook every day. Although I still do. I mean, you'll know what I'm in and what I'm not. Probably have way more viewers though. Appreciate that, Rajesh. DCA is the way to go at the right times on the right assets. You really can't beat it. If you're talking about long-term investing, and you're here for the beginning of the cycle, you know, that type of thing. But DCAing into alts has been a death sentence during this cycle because of how tight quantitative tightening has been. Right? We have no QE. We're in a really tight monetary policy. All the money that's in is just sloshing around from speculative asset to speculative asset. But it's not sitting in the asset because all of these coins have been bleeding against Bitcoin for the last 2 years. Right? So when we're in QE and there's money floating around and these alts go up and they hold their ground and they go up and they hold, you know, DCAing is decent. But when there's no floor, right, when the BTC value of whatever you're holding can go down at any time, then you got to respect that, right? Dominance. We were sitting at over 60% dominance for the longest on Bitcoin. Even now, right, at 58%, that means $5.80 of every $10 in crypto is in Bitcoin. What I don't want to happen though, and this is why I'm going to stress this during the bear, is that just because we learn these lessons during this bull market doesn't mean it's going to be the same thing for the next bull market, right? The next bull market, it's going to have much looser monetary policy. We're going to be in QE. Money's going to be flowing. So if you let yourself get scared by alts, then it's going to cost you money during the next bull market, right? What's important to figure out is what the environment is. Are we in QE? Are we in QT? Are there rate cuts? Or are there rate hikes? Is money cheap or is money expensive? Right? Does your average person feel rich or does your average person feel like they should be saving their money and not buying things? Unfortunately, we're in the latter right now, which means when our alts pump, they don't sustain their pumps because there's so much profit taking going on. Nice, Mike. Good shit. Snipers. Cypher snipers. Have a Cypher sniper role. For all you DJ knife catchers out there, my people. Yeah, I mean, we're late in the cycle now, right? So it's like, you know, you look at BTC and you're like, okay, there's not, but I mean, there's no other way to put it except like there's the benefits of being here early, right? And you can take that with you into the next bear market and make sure you're one of those people that gets to be here early and take advantage of that. But that's how I do it, right? Dominance is going up, Bitcoin's going down, everything's going down. I'm buying Bitcoin, right? As soon as dominance flips out, then I'm switching my Satoshis into Ethereum, into Sol, into Sui, into alts. But I'm always keeping that rotation in mind. Because for me, at the end of the day, the goal is more Satoshis. Right? I'm trying to start the next bull market with more Bitcoin than I started this bull market with. Nah, I mean, we've got about 2 to 3 months left in this bull market. Then we're going to go into a year retracement, right? We'll go into our bear market where Bitcoin gets cheap again. We don't know how cheap yet. Depends on where we end up at the top of this. But if we're going to go by, if we're going to speak technically, it should be at least 70% retracement. That's when it starts again. Right. So as the bull market, as the bear market is coming down and you're down 50%, whatever, and you're like, okay, this is cheap Bitcoin. I don't know where this is going to bottom, but I'm okay with starting to pick up some Bitcoin at these levels. Right. Like me personally, I'll put some of my accounts on automatic buys once we get to certain triggers. Like when the CBBI gets to like 10, that's for me, it's automatic buys. And then you DCA until you find bottom.
How do you identify a stopping volume?
Yeah, tiny little stopping volume candle there on the 1 minute. Yeah, I'll go over my 4-year cycle chart in a minute, Dara. I'll be completely honest with you. There's really no video I could link you to that I would agree with 100%. For me, it's purely technical, right? It's time-based. So these cycles have a time to them, and the time is based on the global liquidity cycle, right? Bitcoin cycle doesn't live on its own. It's attached to our M2 global liquidity cycle. And our M2 global liquidity cycle at the moment looks like it could possibly be starting to top out, which is what we're looking at here. Oh, you'll link me the video. Yeah. I like to look at it. This is, I can tell you right now that what he's probably talking about is this cycle being right translated, right? Meaning we get a later exit than we're supposed to. And that's sort of what I have drawn out here, right? Depending on if we can get above this high that comes in on October 9th for us, right? This has already happened in the past for M2, but we're on an offset, 105 days. So when we get to October 9th is when we'll start to feel this. If we can't pop back over that high by that time, then our cycle is going to play out the way it's always played out, right? This is my range to take profit. It always has been. If it pops, then we'll know. We'll know for sure that it's going to be right translated or not. Luckily, we'll know 105 days before, right? Which is why I say we have months ahead of us. December top is the latest I'm willing to push it without popping that high on M2. We did tap down into fear into we looked at our fear and greed earlier, and we did happen to tap down into some nice levels, but we'll see if that's enough. Nah, no problem. Anytime. Yeah, we got plenty of room to go. CBBI above 90, I treat the same way as I treat the CBBI under 10. The CBBI under 90, I'm taking anything that I'm in profit in. You can DM me on just DM me on Discord. Dbloc.eth. Or just tell me his name, I'll find it. Alright, I know you're not shilling the channel or anything. Alright, cool. Same name on Discord? Alright, I accepted it. No, it's more of a macro thing, Rajesh. That's just to find your tops and bottoms for the cycle. Remember these shorts above us that I told you to keep your eye on? Starting to get a little piggish. We already took the majority of that vector gap. There's cow boobs, H. Cow boobs. If there was anybody I could like sit and chop it up with, I think me and Benjamin Cowan could go for hours. That could be like a 6-hour podcast. We probably lose half of the viewers though, just on some hyper nerdy shit. But that would be dope. Raul Paul. Raul Paul's got some interesting ideas on like overarching cycle, what he calls the everything cycle, that sort of matches up with sort of what I've been looking at with commodities and real estate. I could get a lot out of that convo. Scott Besson is good. Yeah, Raul Paul. He's funny. He does a podcast every once in a while where he just sits there and like drinks fine wine and just shits on people for not being patient. It's great. But he's a big cycle guy. Right? He's a big 4-year cycle guy. BitBoy's gonna walk out of an interview with me. There's no way he sits through that whole interview. There's no way in hell he sits through that whole interview. Especially if I've got Discord up. Oh my God. 5 minutes in the interview, Drew's gonna pop in. I'm not scared of you, Carlos. Literally my first question would be, what were you thinking?
Yeah, what happened? Who's doing the interview?
Nah, we were talking about like who I would want to sit, like if I could sit down with anybody to talk to, like who I could learn from or who I would want to talk to or whatever. And somebody said BitBoy. I was like, man, BitBoy's walking out of the interview. There's no way he's gonna sit through a whole interview with me. And I was like, especially if I have Discord open, Drew just pop in and talk about, I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I think I know where he went wrong, where everything changed. When he started
Drugs.
cheating. No, when he started cheating on his wife. I think he could have managed, but like that chick, I think spiraled him down.
I mean, where do you think he got his drugs from, bro? This dude was doing Sunday school streams on the way to church with his family until he met this chick.
Yeah, man, he was wholesome, like, trying to.
Yeah.
And she
But
just
hey,
flipped
but
his
I'll be
script.
honest with you, it's those that you gotta watch, bro. Most of the time, those people that put that like super wholesome sort of outward appearance,
Yeah, that's true.
you gotta be careful with those guys. I like to know what somebody's vices are. You know, you're like, oh, this guy's got a short temper. Okay, cool. I know he's a hothead. All right, cool. I know how to, Or oh, this
Yeah,
guy
dude.
likes the bottle. All right, he's a drinker. Okay. But when somebody's like, there's nothing wrong with them, everything's perfect, you're like, bro, what kind of shady shit are you doing behind the scenes?
Yeah, for real.
Like, what's your vice if it's not obvious, bro? So everybody's got something. And it's usually the biggest thing that they complain about. That's like usually their vice, right? Like you see these people in Congress all the time talking about gay rights, this or whatever, and then they get caught in the bathroom in the airport with some dude.
Oh, word. I got the Coinbase credit card.
Nice. You have to stake something for that, or they just give it to you for.
It's like they're giving 4% on purchases too.
Eric, those like laser lines are your small time frame EMAs, right? So what you're watching is the smaller time frame EMAs either go bearish or bullish. See, right now you've got all of your smaller time frame EMAs facing down. The direction at which your EMAs are facing are important, right? If all your EMAs are sideways, then you're ranging. When you start to see your smaller EMAs start to face down, then you know your momentum is starting to shift. So it's just a way to keep track of the EMAs that we don't have on the chart without having to have a massive ribbon of EMAs just like cluttering up the whole screen. I mean, for scalping, Dar, what I try to tell people is to go with the 5 and 15, right? 5, 15, I mean, give me 1 second. Go to the 5 minute. So it's a 5 minute, 13 and 50 EMA strategy. And this is meant for somebody who has no tools, right? If you've been here for a while and your toolbox is full, you can adapt it to fit your own needs. But for somebody who has no tools at all, what we're looking for is the 13 EMA to cross the 50. As your 13 EMA crosses the 50 and you wait for a candle of confirmation, right? Meaning one green candle of confirmation. Here, you didn't get it. You had to wait because you had that little dip, but you would have got it on your next candle here. That's when you open your positions. Your 50 EMA becomes a trailing stop loss for you, right? Your actions on this, if you're playing the strategy straight and you have no other tools, like I said, is all you're doing is watching the 13 EMA. As your 13 EMA crosses back over your 50, that's when your trade is over. If you're shorting, when your 13 EMA crosses your 50, that's when your trade begins. What you're doing is tracking momentum, right? The momentum on this time frame right now is bullish because your 13 EMA is above your 50. Right? When your 13 EMA is below your 50, the momentum is bearish. It doesn't matter what the price is doing. And what the strategy offers new people is fake out prevention, right? So you're in this position now. Price comes down underneath the 50. 9 times out of 10, anybody who took a position here and loses the 50 is going to leave their position. But your 13 EMA never crossed, right? You never lost bullish momentum here. So you didn't sell your position and price continued. Yeah, the 13 and the 50 EMA. Now, when you first get in, right, stop loss wise, when you first get in the position, all you're worried about is this holding. So your initial stop loss is meant to protect you from price just falling out unpredictably, right? So let's say you've got into your position here. Your initial stop loss would be underneath your closest wick. You got in after this wick, then it'd be after this wick. And you'd go a couple of ATRs or one ATR down. So you switch to your average true range indicator and you see what your ATR is. Your ATR at that point would have been about 90 bucks. Right? So where the majority of people would put their stop losses right underneath this wick. But look what would have happened to them. Right? If you put your stop loss a couple of ATRs underneath that wick, which was $90 here, you don't get stopped out. The stop loss hunting comes for people who are putting their stop losses in the most obvious places. Your job is to stay out of that pack. Now, once price moves up and this happens, right, you're in your trade now, you're above the 13 is above, price is above the 13, so you know you're bullish. Then you can move your stop loss up. In this case, it wouldn't be worth it because it's really close, right? Because it's right there. But the 50 EMA has now become your stop loss. It's basically your trailing stop loss. As your 13 crosses with one candle confirmation, that's where your exit would come in. Right? And your short would begin. Like, let's pull it, let's go backwards. Let's look at it here. Right? You get into position right here, but remember what I said about the EMAs. Right? All your EMAs are sideways at this point. When your EMAs are sideways, you're ranging. When you're ranging, you don't trade momentum. When you're ranging, you trade the range, meaning you sell the top of the range and you buy the bottom of the range, or you short the top of the range and you take profit at the bottom of the range. Now, once you're out of your range and price crosses the 50, then you're into your short now. Like, look at this right here. Once you take your short, you're in your short until that 13 crosses. Now, this is why I said if you have other tools, right, like if you understand extension from EMAs, EMA gaps, then you would know that you should have taken profit on that short here, even if you didn't take all of it, right? If you take a little bit of your profit here, and then your 13 crosses, and you're like, okay, well, that's where I cut my runner, right? Just in case price would have reversed, you leave a little bit of a runner in, and that's the moment where you say, okay, this has gone different. Right? At that moment, you would have flipped long on that long we were talking about because your 13 crossed, and you'd still be in position right now waiting for your signal. Right? Even though your price has come down underneath your 50, your 13 hasn't. And so there are people that are in this trade that would have already taken profits because of that gap extension that I was talking about. Look at the gap between the EMAs. Let's go naked chart. You see it better like this, right? So the gaps in the EMAs call for mean reversion. Mean reversion is market makers' main sort of strategy. Right? So whenever you see that much gap between your EMAs, you know prices will tend to come back into that area. But people will leave their position when price crosses the 50, even though the 13 hasn't. What happens if you get a green vector candle here and it holds and it pops? This 13 is just going to go like this. What it's going to do is, unless you're ranging, right? Unless you're, let me get rid of some of this. Trying to find the area where we were ranging and it was like really choppy. All right, here's a good sort of, this is sort of what I mean here. So So whenever you're in a range like this, or even just this range, right, you're gonna get false signals, right? You're gonna get long entries that end up collapsing. But if you follow it the way you're supposed to follow it, then your losses are minimal when it goes wrong, right? Your entry would have been around there, your exit would have been around there, would have been a slight loss. You'd have like lost in fees, right? Same thing here. You would have got in and then instantly got your out signal, right? But you're trading in a range. You're not supposed to use this strategy in a range. So your job is to figure out, are you ranging or are you trending? If you're ranging, then the more lucrative strategy obviously is DCA into the bottom of the range, sell the tops of the range, buy the bottom of the range, here you would have lost out, you know, and eventually it just. So some people don't range trade at all. Some people only range trade. Like some people love range trading so much that they wait for price to consolidate and then they hit the ranges with leverage. Me, I like the impulse, right? Now you can identify the range by support and resistance, and by your VPVR, right? So if you take your VPVR, right, this was your range here. Remember, we're on a 5-minute chart, but ranging means that you're not getting higher lows or higher highs, right? It's these sections of the chart here, right? That's a range. This is a trend. Trend. Range. Right, so that's one of the most important parts as a trader, is to figure out if you're in a range or if you're in a trend. If you're in a range, no scalping strategy is effective. They all falter because of all the false signals. You're in a high liquidity area, which means that there's plenty of money for people to buy and sell all they want without price leaving that range. Right, so that's when liquidity comes into it. Then you got to figure out if it's a low liquidity environment or a high liquidity environment. So all of these tools you go adding to your toolbox, and then eventually you'll get a full picture of what's going on. But to start with, momentum is the most important, right? People that are coming in, I could sit here and teach you all about support and resistances and gaps and all of this shit. But what's really important is, do I get into the trade or do I get out of the trade? Right? And for that, you need to know, are you bullish or are you bearish? Is the time frame that you're looking at bullish or bearish? It's called ATR, average true range. It's just going to give you an oscillator at the bottom of your chart, and it'll be a dollar amount. And that'll change depending on what the true range of the day is. What it's basically saying is, if this trade moves against me for the average range that this asset has moved for the day, I want to be underneath that range, right? Sometimes people play 2 ATRs. Sometimes if things are very volatile, they might use 3 ATRs. But the point is to get away from the herd. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. On the 1 minute? I don't know. Let's test everybody. One minute XRP. Bullish or bearish on the 1 minute, y'all? From what I just told y'all.
Man, I want to say that's bullish. I seen that. What? That's a W, and I seen that. What at daily open in the last 2 nights,
No.
2 to 3.
You're using different tools. Yeah, our tools would tell us this is a stopping volume candle. It got invalidated, but there's another stopping volume candle. But momentum-wise, does this show bullish momentum or bearish momentum right now as we speak? Not what might happen, but as we're standing right now.
Shit, I'd have to look at the 30-minute on my anchor.
No, 1 minute chart tells you that the 50 EMA is here, the 13 EMA is underneath. This is bearish momentum. The momentum has not flipped bullish on the 1 minute yet, which means that you have to do your retest. It doesn't mean that price can't go. It just means that you don't have confirmation of that yet, right? Your momentum confirmation would be when that 13 crosses over. Now,
yeah,
our confirmation as knife catchers is that this is a stopping volume candle. So I know I just set my stop loss at ATR underneath that, and if it fails, it fails. But I want to swing because I'm trying to catch bottoms. Right? Somebody that's new isn't going to come in and do that. Somebody that's new will try to do that here and get wrecked, here and get wrecked. They'll did it here, they did it here. They don't know what to look for.
yeah. Oh yeah, I've done all that. All those liquidations. I've been a liquidity provider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say bearish. I wouldn't say super bearish. I'm just saying right now on the 1 minute, you haven't had confirmation of a bullish momentum flip yet.
Yeah. Just one thing, the oscillator that I'm running that's keeping me from, like, if it's already looked like it's already high, the anchor waves at the very high and everything, like I would not take it here. But if the anchor on the 30s at the bottom, and I might think there's a green dot coming, and then there's like some momentum on the 5 and 3, and I see that pattern, and it ain't had that volume stopper at the top, after that didn't scare me. But because that 2 to 3 at that daily open the past 2 days has been nice. The one that happened that stayed in the box, the yellow box, and then last night it stayed under the box and then went a little bit.
Yeah. So
I missed those. Damn it! I've missed them both nights. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So look at Say, right? Say, if you look at this on the 1 minute, has bullish momentum, but it's also choppy, right? Which means that chances are this is a range that's being established here, right? And you find yourself chopping in and out of your 50, in and out of your 50. But technically, this has bullish momentum. And this bullish momentum does not go away until that 13 EMA crosses the 50. Right? You can just go to any random, whatever you're looking at, doesn't even matter if it's crypto or not. Right? Silver is bullish. Your entry for silver would have been down here when your 13 crossed your 50. You haven't had that momentum shift yet. It looks like it wants to break, but you don't have confirmation of it just yet. You'd be waiting to see if that 13 crosses the 50, and then you'd be targeting daily open. Right? Doesn't matter what you're looking at. Yes. Right? Bullish momentum. Came out of some chop. Right? This was a range. You've popped out. You've got bullish momentum. Now you need to see if it's a deviation or if it's a breakout. Right? Same rules apply to everything. Doesn't matter what you're trading. Copper. Bearish. So now the difference between a little bearish and a lot of bearish is, look at your EMAs. 800 EMA is starting to curl over. 50 is facing down. 200 starting to curl over. 13 is facing down. 5 is facing down. This is going to drop.
Yeah, that's where sometimes I get caught up on a buck the trend and I'm thinking I'm not.
All right, so Dara, the thing about the time frames, right? So the 5-minute time frame gives you the best mix between an early entry and fake out prevention, right? So your 1 minute would have got you in a little lower, but your 1 minute would have invalidated here. Watch, I'll show you. You see how I didn't even have to look at the EMAs to know that that happened. So look, if you're trading this on the 1 minute, then yeah, you get a lower entry, right? You would have got an entry right here. But this move would have faked you out. You would have got your signal to exit right as price retraced. And then if you chased it, you would have got shaken out again. Because the 1 minute is so volatile, right? If you want to do short scalps, like, I mean, really short scalps, like these are for the people that want to play high leverage and do shit like that, then you can take your 1 minute entries, but you have to TP those extensions. Right? You see the gap? Hold on. You see the gap I'm talking about? When you gap off of your EMAs? Right? That might have been a really quick snipe play, you know, for 0.4% on 50x or something, you know, for you degens out there. But the 5 minute gives you the best mix of an early entry and, like I said, that fake out prevention. Right? So that 5 minute got you in a little bit later, right? You didn't get in at 1095. You got in at 1098. But this move right here didn't fake you out. Your 13 never crossed. And you ended up getting all of this profit, right? Or whatever, all of this profit if you're still in the trade. Now, if you go to like the daily, it works exactly the same, right? Let me show you something. Let me go to... Let's go to BLX or whatever. And let's go to the weekly. Dbloc, get it together. So let's look at this trade from the beginning of the bull market. If you played the 513, I mean, if you played the 1350 strategy on the weekly from the beginning of the bull market, did you get 15K? No, you didn't. You got in at 25. But look at what happened after that. Price comes down, 13 doesn't. Price comes down into your 15s, 13 doesn't. Another fake out that everybody got shaken out of, 13 doesn't. You'd have had one trade this entire bull market and you would have turned 25K into currently 108 by doing nothing more than watching the momentum on the weekly time frame. Let's say that's not enough for you, right? Like you don't want to just end up with the same coin count that you had at the bottom. Well, look what happens when you do it on the daily. Right? On the daily, you get in a little bit lower at like 21. And then you get out at 27. And you get back in at 26.3. And then you get out at 29. And you get back in at 28.7. Here's a fake out never crossed. This is the longest chop in the history of Bitcoin that we've ever had. Right? This would have got you out at 64. Then you would have bought 63. You would have sold 66. You would have bought 62. You would have sold 64. You would have bought back in at 60. 13 doesn't cross. 60 would have rolled you all the way up to 107. You would have taken profit at 98 before it came all the way back down to 76, and you would have bought back in at 85. After buying in at 85, you got a clear run this entire way up. This price action here that freaked everybody out wouldn't have taken you out, right? 13 didn't cross. This price action here, you would have just taken profits on your shit at 114, and now you'd be waiting to get back in at a dip. Even if you bought in back right now at 108, you'd end up with more Bitcoin. Spot, Dara. Spot with large bags is my preferred method of attack. Spot with large bags, only invest in things that you don't mind holding for an extended period in case shit happens to go against you. There's tons of confluence. Like I said, the more tools that you add, the sharper the strategy becomes. But that, for the most part, is the base strategy for scalping.
You know, D, I've been learning a lot about scalping and stuff, but it sure is a whole lot of damn work where if you just zoom out, just get in and just relax and
Yep.
swing trade or monthly, it's just, that's what I'm coming to conclusion. Like so much work.
Not for everybody,
And
bro. People don't, not everybody has the life that makes it that you can do. You know, like I luckily at this point have no kids. I don't have to get up and go to work every day. I've got all the time in the world to dig into the weeds. You know what I mean? Not everybody has that,
yeah.
bro. The base, the absolute base trade, your first trade is your 4-year cycle trade. That what we just looked at, that weekly 13 and 50, right? You buy your Bitcoin and you hold it until it stops going up. That's the base trade. The only time you move out of that base trade is when you can outperform what Bitcoin is doing. So like the scalping and shit we do and all of that, like that's all the way at the bottom. Like that's the last level of trading. Those scalps, those small scalps, those leverage plays or whatever, that's meant to feed the big trade.
Yep.
It'll work on anything, Dara. It'll work on anything that's volatile. Just a little secret sauce. Little secret, not so secret sauce.
What's the combination of soul and piff?
Just do pith/soul. If that doesn't work, do pith USDT/soul USDT.
Copy. Yeah, I went. I just went hard in it some more actually today. In spot.
Dara, that's what I want it to feel like. That's what I want this entire thing to feel like. Which is why I stay away from some of the flashy shit that the other channels do, right? Like, you know how easy it'd be for me to like take the little clip of the prediction and then put some fancy editing on it and slap how it came out, and you know, like all of that honestly is meant for people who are selling something. And you got a $5,000 indicator or a $5,000 course, and I kind of like the idea that if you're here for the sauce, you're here for the sauce, and if you're not, then you better hope somebody else tells you about it. Or Smart money concepts is cool. I think it's a level underneath what we're doing. What smart money concepts misses out on are vector candles, right? Like their whole fair value gap idea. It's effective, right? You'll make money, but what they're missing out on is the difference between a fair value gap that has a vector gap in it and one that doesn't. And they ignore, in my opinion, a lot of liquidity. It's too structure based, right? Structure is important because people react to structure, but price moves towards liquidity. And if liquidity isn't like first and foremost in like an overall strategy, I think you're missing a big part of the picture. Everything works together in confluence. But at the end of the day, I don't care what pattern I'm looking at. If the liquidity underneath is ridiculous and the order book is slim, like there's no Elliott wave or Fibonacci retracement level or Fib circle level. There's nothing in the world that's going to stop the price from going towards the liquidity, except a bigger bag somewhere else, right? Only thing that stops a liquidity sweep is a liquidity sweep in another direction. ICT, same way, right? ICT is just like a modernized sort of SMC. You know, the whole fair value gap idea was popularized in the 70s. So it's not new, but I do like that there's structure. And what I mean by structure is, I mean, I like that the strategy is structured. And I think that going through that school isn't a bad idea, just to learn the importance of, you know, of what a break of structure means and a change of character and all of that type of shit. You know, that's a tool that you'll put in your toolbox, right? But I think if you stay there, you're missing part of the bigger picture. You got to look at some of this shit like college, right? Go through these things. Go through your Elliott waves. Go through your Fibonacci's. Go through your Wyckoff, right? Go take all those, you know, I don't want to say classes because I don't mean take courses, go pay people for courses. I mean, go through that school of thought, right? Bring all that in and then keep what gives you confluence with everything else. There's small things that I pull from different strategies, but a lot of it, honestly, is just filler to make the course more expensive. Right? right? Some of these people really overcomplicate shit. And the reason they overcomplicate it is because if they charge you $2,000 for the course, it can't be a 5-minute video, right? Like, you got to feel like you bought something. So they start adding all of this filler shit in there. And all that does is create analysis paralysis when it comes time to trade. Come times to actually take the trade, like not plan the trade, but time to actually take the trade and push the button. It's not that complicated.
I can't say that word analysis. You know what I mean? But you're right. That's 100. Like, yeah, man, you're 100% right.
Too much, bro. People create this massive checklist that they've got to go through before they press that green button. And it's like by the time you get through the checklist, you know, and the problem is that you got like 12 indicators and they don't ever all agree with each other. You know what I mean? So it's like, then you're like, well, which one do I listen to? Sticking to the rules? Yeah, definitely, Dara. Remember, it's not just about entry and exits. It's about risk management. Making it is easy in this game. Keeping it is the hard part. And that comes down to the level of risk that you're willing to take. But slow and steady, man. Slow and steady wins the race. I know that shit sounds boring during a time where memes super cycled and went crazy and blah, blah, blah. And we enjoyed that too, right? When it was time to play memes, we played memes. When it was time to get in the swamp, we were to our nose in that shit. But right now is the time to buckle up. We're getting towards the end. You know what I mean? We're going to make sure that we're in smart investments, making smart decisions. Because what comes next is going to be nasty. And not just in crypto, but equities, commodities, except for maybe metals, real estate. Like, what you manage to pull out of this bull market is what's going to give you peace during the next sort of stage, which is the contraction, right? The contraction of global liquidity. Lily, I don't want to get into it. I just have a sixth sense for these things. Right? You've been banned a couple times already. I let it go. You've been chill in the chat. You know what I mean? So I haven't really stressed it. But let's just keep it like this. Respectfully. I had mentors for different things. Like, I have people who I consider mentors that taught me about risk management. And they weren't always successful, right? Like, some of the biggest lessons I've learned about risk management is watching some people that I trade with just absolutely have none. Well, it's another Lily with the same name and the same picture. but I'm not stressing that. Yeah, most important thing now is that bulls hold the support on the 5-minute. Or else we would have just literally given back that entire move. Remember, the push up was cool, right? We got our measured move for our W. What we failed to do was build another pattern, right? There was nothing for retail to say, oh, this is a W, this is a flag, this is a, it just, they sold off. And we kind of saw it. Like, remember we were watching Kiyotaka and they kept refilling that 300 order, 400 order, 300 order. And I was like, they're selling into this. They're feeding the ducks while they're quacking. So this move got sold into, right? They took advantage of the FOMO, took advantage of the push, and slowly sold positions off. So we never absorbed that supply, right? Just think of supply as like a big pool of Bitcoin, right? When they come up, they've got to absorb that, right? If people don't, if they don't, it just rejects. It's like a hard wall. You chip away at it, chip away at it. Guys, we're not going to turn this into is Lily cool or not conversation. I obviously think she's all right, or else they wouldn't be inside of the YouTube chat or inside of the Discord. But there's a difference between that and if I'm comfortable being on voice for hours at a time when I'm not on. And anybody that's had previous problems, and I respect that you don't remember. And I'm not going to drag it by going into moderator chat and pulling up the reasons, but you just asked and I answered. I hope I don't offend, but that's how I feel. Now, your trading style, I don't suggest anybody follows, but that's neither here nor there. There's a bunch of people in here that trade crazy. Dopamine traders.
Yo, Dbloc, you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
Did you start a new stream and go over any analysis at all? I just got on a little bit
Yeah,
ago. Catch up.
the beginning of the stream had a bunch in it. Honestly, the past 3 hours I haven't shut up.
Say less.
I'm about to go eat in a minute, so I mean, I guess you could use that time and just watch it back. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to put that on 2x speed.
Bet.
All right, appreciate you.
No problem, brother. I've always like bought low and sold high. Like I didn't do well at jobs. I'm a horrible employee, y'all. I gotta be honest with you. I'm a shit employee. Like I don't even blame anybody that's ever fired me for firing me. So because of that, I've always, business or reselling. For a long time, I sold clothes and sneakers, right? Like hype beast shit, limited gear, limited sneakers, retro Jordans. But started a couple businesses with some friends, but nothing ever stuck. I got into a lot of debt. Like I've told this story before, but when I started trading crypto, I was 6 figures in debt. So it had to work. It was like, how we always tell people, like, don't trade with money that you can't afford to lose, don't trade it under desperation. I did all of that. That's exactly how I started. Either this shit worked or I was screwed. So obviously my first bull market, I got wrecked. Happened to come in at a good time, made some money. There was absolutely nobody around to tell me this shit was about to be over or that there was even a cycle or none of that. So I held during the entire bear market, lost everything, right? Didn't sell the crypto though. That's at least one thing I didn't do, is sell. But buying in that dip on that first bear market was probably the hardest thing I ever did, right? And that came from the desperation. Because I don't think if I wouldn't have been that desperate, I don't think I would have taken that risk. Honestly. That's why, like, shit, everything happens to you for a reason. The situations that you're put in, it happens for a reason, bro. Your story's written, just deal with it, For me, that put me in a situation where even after losing everything and not knowing anything about a cycle, just risking it, on a couple of green candles that ended up working out. Now, once that happened and I started learning about people that understood that and took profit at the right time, I was like, wait, there's a method to this madness. There's not just random magic going on the chart. And then I got obsessed with it. I was like, okay, if this guy can do it, I can do it. Same brain, pump the same blood, same 24 hours in a day. There's no way that I can't learn it if this guy learned it. Just that simple. And then I revenge learned. Right? Like instead of revenge trading, I just hardcore revenge learned everything I possibly could.
Glad you did. Glad you here. Somebody like me would have no chance.
Bro, if I would have come into this game with some bread, with some real paper, jeez, I might not be here.
Yeah, take mine. Do something with it.
I don't know. I'd say I got to like my final form when it comes to my trading strategy, probably. I mean, it always adapts, right? Because you're adapting to the monetary policy. But the base strategy of it, probably 2 bull markets. But I've learned something during every single bull market. This bull market, we finally got to see how alts performed during an intense quantitative tightening. Right? The only thing we've ever seen is QT light, QE, and QE light. Right? We'd never been in a heavy QT before during a bull market, and I learned a lot from that. It's gonna absolutely change the way that I trade alts when we're in quantitative tightening. And I didn't learn that until, 2 years ago, year and a half ago. For the most part, self-taught. I did audit a technical analysis degree at New York Institute of Finance just because I thought, okay, I've learned this much. Now let's go get the secret sauce, right, from the big guys. Bullshit, bro. Absolutely bull. Like, we're so much deeper than they get, and I don't think that's what people understand. These institutional traders playing with these funded accounts, like they're literally just trading the 50 EMA. They don't even use the smaller EMAs. Above the 50 EMA bullish, below the 50 EMA bearish. Mean reversions to the 200 and the 800, and that's about it. Well, we're in the bull market. We've been in the bull market since we were at 15K. So this isn't pre-bull. This is just pre the parabolic phase at the end, basically, right? Blow off top is what we're talking about here. That one last push that brings retail in and makes them buy the top, basically. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you'll see it because they're jockeying for position, right? So the closer we get to that phase when it becomes obvious, right, then you get people that didn't get in position yet and have enough money to affect price start jockeying for lower prices. So when we say that they're trying to scare you out of your Bitcoin, right? Like they're trying to take new traders that don't have a lot of conviction, make them think it's over so that they sell them the Bitcoin that they should have bought down at those low prices. Yeah, that's where we're at now, in my opinion. All right, guys, my food's here. Got some steaks and some potatoes. So bulls must hold that range. That uptrend is also some confirmation, right? We start losing that uptrend, we're going to come down through these liquidations. And our psychological high and low is sitting at 108.4 and 109.4. Right? So remember when we were moving up to the daily open, I said market makers' last motivation is up towards the daily open. Right now, all market maker motivations are towards the downside. Right? We already crossed the 50, already crossed the 800, already crossed the 200. So those are your mean reversions. Now we have our psychological high and our psychological low. The only thing that can stop that from happening, in my opinion, right now is if we hold this uptrend and keep that bulls must hold line. If this is going to hold and pop, we'll see it in the volume, right? You want to see volume popping up here. All right, y'all. Don't do anything crazy. And if you do, tight stop loss. I'll be back.
Yeah, dude, if you listening, in the 5 minute, that uneven butt cheeks or whatever it's called on that MB. Yeah. I kind of took that on that bush. I would have blocked there. Trying to help the Bulls with the last stand, maybe. That's right, Candle Grow.
What's the deal? Is this going to be a M? It's a W down.
Yeah, it's kind of funky looking, isn't it?
You can't really say with this thing. Like it's a W in what could be a M with a W inside of it, which brought us up here. So even if it comes down, doesn't validate it.
Yeah, I'm playing it as a W.
Mm-hmm.
I got
What did you get?
114.2 is my target. That's on like the 30-minute chart.
Yeah. No. That'll be good. What is today? Friday. Damn, already?
Yeah, it's Friday, man.
Just turned Friday. Let's see what they do. They're gonna look make some type of move. Hopefully it's up and then trap the shorts up there. Trap the longs up there.
Let's hope we get the CME, but man, it's gonna take a bit.
Nah. Oh no, I'm still trapped in that damn trade. I got like 3 positions in the 115 range. I got one long and the 111 not. I didn't have the balls to open up any more down there. That's enough. Oh, I get close to liquidation. Good. I'm just waiting for this damn bull market to finish, man. Just need to stay alive, get to the end of it. I ain't been messing with alts, man. It just never cease to amaze me, the damn things. You got a short on World Liberty with a tight stop, but I'm already doing damn good on it. So it's pretty far away from my short entry on it. So that's helping pretty good.
Nice. I had to get out of alts. I ain't messing
I know,
with
right?
that.
Sick with it. You don't know whether you're going to lose everything at any time.
Oh, you got baby it. I'm not into all that.
Yeah, big baby in it, and then stop loss to shake you out. Fucking that's why I'm just trading Bitcoin. It's just easier. Way easier.
Help me. I know. That's what I'm doing too.
At least you know it can hold. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna be here. Get back to what I'm doing.
Getting a crash out. I got an interview tomorrow.
All right. Peace.
What y'all thinking about gold right now?
Greetings, Cryptoverse. Nobody? It's a perfect time to make a move up while nobody's paying attention. Everybody got bored to death. Mm-mm.
Whoa.
everybody doing tonight?
Living the dream.